Welcome Edward Kieswetter, the Commissioner of the South African Revenue Services for this session, who's going to share the experience of the SARS turnaround. This comes in as day two of fast-tracking public service reform. I think yesterday we had a very interesting day, competing with the testimony of President Ramaphosa at the Zondo Commission, at the State Capture Commission, which, judging by correspondence by Twitter and other sources, our event was much more riveting than the testimony at the commission itself. Even though it drew some of our audience, I thought the coincidence of our event with the Zondo Commission testimony is serendipitous in several senses. Firstly, the Zondo Commission is finally bringing to account, or trying to draw to account, political account, those responsible for state capture. But of course, underpinning state capture was a whole modality of governance and of political operations, which I think we are addressing in this session here and in yesterday's session. So one of the major features of state capture was the damage it did to state institutions, hollowing them out, causing a politicization of all sorts of administrations. And I think what we're doing in this conference here and today's discussion is to think around how we move forward around addressing some of those issues. More importantly, President Ramaphosa's address signaled the centerpiece of this event, which is around professionalizing the public service. This was an issue that was muted in the early days of the transition in 1994 by the Public Service Commission. It was deliberately set aside for the reasons that it was felt that professionalization of the public service in the way in which it was historically understood in terms of meritocratic appointments, South Africa wasn't ready for. It never made it back onto the agenda, despite the work which several people, including myself, did over the last 5 years or 10 years. It's now fully back on the agenda, and it came onto the agenda at the end of last year in an important framework document on professionalizing the public service released by the National School of Government and then later gazetted. And that formed one of the centerpieces of the address by President Ramaphosa yesterday. So this is one of the key focus points of our conversation. And what will be interesting to hear in Mr. Kieswetter's address is the extent to which and the degree to which SARS and what SARS are doing around dealing with those sorts of questions around professionalization and dealing with the legacy of state capture. On that note, let me hand over to Mr. Kieswetter. Just to note that the panel afterwards is a very exciting one, so please stay with us. Thank you very much, Mr. Kieswetter. Please, over to you.
Morning, and thank you, Ivor, for the invitation. It's always nice to share the SARS story for a number of reasons. Firstly, every time I share it, I go into a reflective mode to evaluate what we are doing and its impact. That's always useful. And secondly, I do think that it's a good news story, and we are always happy to share that because we regard being here and leading this rebuilding of SARS as an inordinate privilege. Allow me to share my screen, and I literally will run through the slides. Literally will run through the slides. It is impossible in 45 minutes or so to go into the detail of each of the building blocks, but we are certainly very happy to share in further conversation, further forums, because each of these elements one can also take a deep dive into. So I'm going to share with you quickly one of the key messages for us, which is the reason for our existence, and then just recap an analysis of where we were, because if you don't understand the problem correctly, you may solve the wrong one. And sometimes we are often in denial about the true state of affairs. Then share with you the journey of rebuilding, some early successes, and conclude with some lessons and insights. And they really are just a smorgasbord that we've put together, as I said, each of which can go into much detail. But for us, it's important, and we remind ourselves constantly that when we step away from our work, what is important is to understand the reason for our work. Simon Sinek speaks about just start with why. And unless we are clear why we do this work, we would be frustrated at the first challenge, we would give up when we are tired, we would be distracted by the noises that we find daily in our body politic and our socioeconomic infrastructure. But it is when we realize that our work is of such a transformative and noble nature that we in fact keep going. Because ours is the work that provides our government with the financial resources to foster economic well-being and support sustainable economic growth and social development that underlies the well-being of all South Africans. So we do noble and transformative work, and we are clearly guided by that. I said that it's important that our analysis of the problem is accurate. We were fortunate in that our analysis was guided by a commission that the president had initiated, the so-called Nugent Commission, to establish what had happened at SARS during the period 2014 to 2018. And the report concluded that SARS had experienced a massive failure in governance and integrity, and that this was not an accident. It was a deliberate and a designed attempt under a corrupt agenda that compromised the intent of the leadership at the time. And also that through the work of an operating model review, the so-called Bain operating model, that rather than strengthening the organization, it deliberately sought to render the organization incapable of serving its full mandate and thereby making it accessible and vulnerable to serve the larger project of state capture. And it did so by dismantling trusted organizational arrangements that were based on international best practices, arrangements such as the large business sector, a litigation unit, the capacity to deal with the illicit economy, organizational units that is focused to ensure internal integrity and anti-corruption. It also impeded the modernization program, and therefore modernization came to a grinding halt. And very importantly, it sought to remove experienced executives and senior executives from roles where they had deep institutional knowledge, and it marginalized them literally into no roles. Some people literally had no job description. They were given titles, but no work. And also it resulted in a significant exodus of capable staff and left the organization with a weakened leadership system. So that's the highlights of Nugent, and the Nugent report is there for anyone to have a deep dive to understand what really happened at SARS during that period. And what I can say is that even a full reading of the Nugent report would not give you the real state of affairs at SARS. So what I did in my first few months, in my first year, I did my own assessment as well. I visited more than 90% of our staff in the first 3 to 4 months, engaged directly at the front line, and really for myself made the assessment that indeed the organization experienced high levels of trauma, trust had been broken down, there was no connection, no engagement, the employee morale had been eroded, and employees reduced their behavior guided by a management ethos and culture. Unfortunately, they reduced their behavior to mere transactions. They ticked the box and went through the work without truly focusing on the meaning of the work. The leadership system was broken. We started with addressing some integrity challenges at senior levels. Some of that work we communicated publicly. Some of these leaders who were either complicit or compliant, we parted ways with them. Other leaders were in roles for which they were not appropriately suited. So I extended my reach to work with the top 70 leaders directly so that I could learn to know them and really reassign them into roles that we considered was more suitable to their experience, and then focus on hard performance management. We also had to deal with an organization that lost more than 2,000 staff since 2014 in areas that were highly technical and highly implicit in SARS effectively rendering or administering its mandate. And so that complemented what I found in the Nugent report and informed the rebuilding process. We were left with a SARS that was significantly weakened, and it was visible in the way that the organizational integrity and core competency was impacted. The revenue performance declined. The employee morale and confidence in leadership declined. The public began to ask more questions about SARS than they had previously asked, and over 2,000 staff had exited. So these were the visible and measurable impact of the work. So whilst one may even question about the intent of leadership since 2014, there is no question that the impact of the leadership on the organizations had been devastating and had left the organization badly and negatively impacted. We also had to make an assessment of the environment we found ourselves in, and we experienced in the environment. And yesterday, you saw the president, again, we heard the president responding and suggesting that we still have those who are in denial about state capture and who provide subtle opposition to the rebuilding work that we need to do across government. SARS is no different. We are being attacked from all quarters by those who seek to undermine this work, and they do so in all forms of way, and we cannot allow ourselves to be distracted. The current economic climate is the worst time to rebuild a revenue authority, but the best opportunity to do so. We still experience the opposition to the rebuilding mandate very directly in the organization, but also outside in the body politic and the broader society. We experience taxpayer compliance levels that are still suboptimal. We have seen a proliferation of criminal and illicit activities. We will be very honest and reflect that we still have a long way to go to rebuild the full capacity that is required to effectively execute our mandate. We have to rebuild our relationship with many, many intermediaries, because we are just part of an ecosystem, and we commonly hear the chain is as weak as its weakest link. And obviously, a gold standard for us is when the public have confidence in the work we do. And as if all of that was not enough, we also had to respond to the challenges of COVID. And that really was the analysis and the context within which the rebuilding of SARS took place. So let me focus on some key aspects of this rebuilding. And I want to start by sharing with the audience the power of clarity. And this is an important leadership lesson, because if we are not clear in the way we communicate, how do we evangelize? How do we bring together a coalition of change? Because leadership is about building strong coalitions. A leader cannot do everything. A leader has to engage a broader system, and clarity is the first principle that is important. So we needed to start a conversation that provided both the internal but also the external stakeholders with clarity. And we started by saying that is very clearly cast in law is our mandate. That our mandate is a legal instrument that gives us the authority to act. And there are then other pieces of legislation that informs the legal mandate of SARS. But effectively, it is to collect, to build an efficient and effective administration system that provides revenue to government. But we start by saying, that's our mandate. What is our purpose? Because purpose is the sustainable glue that connects the organizational components and provides an aligned direction and allows us to be aware of our noble cause. And it's a transformational rather than a transactional approach. So we ask the hard questions about why for me at a personal level, why for the organization, but also why for the world. And it is about the difference that we want to make. And so the first, second principle of clarity, the first being purpose, is clarity of vision. What do we want the organization to look like down the line? And so whilst our mandate is cast in law, we exist to serve the higher purpose, and our vision is to build an organization that will be worthy of that purpose. And so we have framed a very simple but very deliberate vision that says we want to build a smart, modern SARS with unquestionable integrity that can be trusted and admired. And each of those words are deliberately chosen. Smart and modern, because we recognize the world has moved on. Technology has advanced. A lot more enabling tools are available, and the contexts have changed within which we administer the same laws. And so we needed to build a relevant organization, not, as some people say, restore it to its previous glory. In fact, if we did that, we would be going backwards. Unquestionably, integrity is important, because if our integrity is ever questioned by any member of the public, it undermines our mandate. And as an institution that works with other people's money, we have to be trusted, and that trust has to be earned. And we want to be admired both locally and internationally as an organ of state, as an institution with deep integrity, and that is worthy of being followed. And that obviously then means that we have certain aspirations internally and externally, which I will not go through now, but is re-emphasized when we look at our strategic objectives. And so the third aspect of clarity was clarity of our intent, of strategic intent. And there we are clear that we need to develop a tax and customs system based on voluntary compliance. Let me pause there for a moment and explain why voluntary compliance. Voluntary as opposed to enforced compliance. We would never have enough capability, enough resources, enough money to build an administration system if we have to enforce compliance, and every taxpayer will not fulfill their duty unless they are forced to do so. And so the international best practice for Revenue and Customs Authority is to build a system where taxpayers volunteer to comply. That's a very conscious choice, but it also informs very deliberately the kind of organization we build. If you think the world is full of sick people, you'll build hospitals. If you think the world is full of hungry people, you'll build canteens. If you think the world is full of dishonest people, you'll build prisons. And so we therefore are also mindful of the intent that we tried to achieve through the work that we do. The fourth aspect of clarity is the work we do, because the laws are there. The laws does not necessarily dictate the work. The work is dictated by our systemic understanding of everything I've shared with you now, and how we then interpret that into a program of action. And everything starts with our consciousness. So we start by saying that we have a theory about the tax-paying public. And this theory is important for us. And we genuinely believe that most taxpayers are honest and simply want to get this thing called tax out of the way. And they want to do so with minimum effort and with minimum cost. And we have to make that possible. We have to create an enabling environment that makes that possible. So this is very important. If our theory of compliance was that most taxpayers are dishonest and simply want to cheat us, we'll build a different compliance program. And then we draw on that from very, very tried and tested behavioral insights that it is best achieved when we do a few things well. Amongst them is to provide clarity and certainty, to make it easy, and to always present a credible threat of detection. But also to understand that not all taxpayers are created equally, and therefore aspects such as customizing our approach at an individual level builds integrity and also improves the compliance environment, because we direct and calibrate our engagement with you not as a one-to-many engagement, but based on your particular profile. And then obviously, whilst we don't spend the money, we understand that the public is very interested. And in fact, their tax-paying commitment and morality is directly correlated with how they believe their tax monies are spent. Our theory of compliance then also impacts on our model of compliance. Let me explain this. On the side, the left-hand side, that says taxpayer approach to compliance, and on the right-hand side is our approach to compliance. So at the bottom of this triangle, where most people are, if the triangle is the universe of taxpayers, most people are willing and will do whatever is necessary. Others are willing, but not always able. Others want to comply. Others do not want to comply, and so they'll try and duck and dive. But then there are also those who consciously seek, deliberately, even criminally, to defraud the system. And our behavior on the right-hand side is graduated according to that. To those who are most willing, we will make it easy. To those who are willing but not able, we'll help them. To those who don't want to comply because of negligence or just conscious choice, we will detect and deter that. And to those who actually actively do things to defraud the system, they will experience the full force of the law. And so that then is the consciousness that and the theoretical underpinning of the work we do. Our strategy, which is a further development of our strategic intent to build a system based on voluntary compliance, is very clearly based on 9 strategic objectives. And if you follow them, you'll see the first 3 is our core business objectives. It's the work we do. It is providing clarity and certainty of what your obligations entails. It is building a system, a platform that lowers the cost of compliance and increases the ease with which you can comply. And thirdly, we have to provide a credible threat of detection and make it hard and costly for those who seek to not comply for any reason. That's our 3 core business objectives. The other objectives are then our enabling objectives. The first 3 talks to our internal enabling environment, people, data, and technology. And people, we have to future-proof our organization. We have to ensure that we move people upstream towards more knowledge work and away from low-value administrative and repetitive work, but also a culture of high performing, and agility and responsiveness. We saw that during COVID. Had we not had some of these characteristics, we would not have been able to respond. Secondly, we cannot in our world work without data. We are building an evidence-based operating model, and therefore comprehensive knowledge management fed by extensive data that we feed into supercomputers that can help us collect the dots, connect the dots, and provide insights and inform outcomes. And so data management and data science is key for us. And then building digital platforms for easier interface between us and our public. The seventh objective is very interesting. We have to be capable resource stewards. It is not our money. And so our intent is to convert every rand that you as the taxpayer invest into us into 100 rand. In other words, our return on investment we set for ourselves is at least 100 times. Think about that as an investment. Which investment will give you a multiple of 100 on what you've invested? And then the eighth and the ninth one recognizes that we are part of a system and that we work within and through that system to achieve. So those are our 9 objectives, and we will religiously use these 9 objectives to calibrate the work we do. If you put that all together, we have on the left-hand side a segmented approach because not all taxpayers are treated the same. In the middle, we have our core business. Behind that, our enabling objectives. And on the right-hand side, if we do the work well, we have our outcomes. We'll achieve voluntary compliance, we'll close the tax gap, we will create the revenue that is required and manage our resources well. But at the same time, those are lag indicators. Our lead indicators is we'll build the capability, the human talent, we'll modernize the organization, and we'll manage our risks and governance structures well, and we will create an operating model that is suited to the task. Of course, that is our strategic background, and that was really a whistle-stop tour through it. As I said, I can deep dive every one of those. But then we have to organize ourselves to give effect to the strategic clarity that I just shared with you. Because as every good MBA student will tell you, structure must support strategy, or structure follows strategy. And so we reviewed our organizational arrangement and realized that there were many inefficiencies in the silo organization structure. We had a functional organizational structure rather than a taxpayer-oriented structure. We had many, many layers, management layers, which created bureaucracy and inefficiency. We had a compliance theory and model, but we didn't honor it in the compliance program. And we were head office heavy. And we disempowered often the people in the front line who actually have to manage the moments of truth when they engage the taxpayer. And so that was really the organizational arrangement challenge we wanted to address. And we did that by following through on a very clear set of design philosophies and principles. Firstly, our 9 strategic objectives informed us that we needed to organize ourselves in 3 clusters. A cluster that looks at engagement with taxpayers, what we call our operations. A cluster that looks at building the enabling environment. That's the enterprise design and enabling cluster. And a cluster that provides us with material, financial, and physical resources to do the work in a well-governed structure. We needed to honor our compliance model, informed by those principles of taxpayer centricity, segmentation, and a differentiated compliance response, which was dependent on compliance behavior. We wanted to empower the frontline and the operations, reduce the multiple levels, remove the silos, build a capable leadership team, and understand that all of this has to be contexted and embedded in an employee culture that is highly engaging and aspires after world-class performance. So that then gave birth to our cluster model. I'll go through these slides quickly, but to give you a sense, it is really our strategic clarity that informs how we are organized, the work we choose to do, and how we allocate resources. Our organizational model, as I said, follows the 3 clusters. I don't expect you to read the slide, but that's really just another level of the cluster organization that I share with you. But now I want to return and say to you again, the soft stuff in any organization, those are the hard stuff. And I want to focus a few minutes on 2 of the soft but defining aspects of any rebuilding project, institutional rebuilding project. The first is leadership, and the second is culture and ethos. So we again go back and ask why. Why, if we have an organizational purpose, which is serving the well-being of all South Africans, we ask the question, then what leadership model will deliver on this purpose? And I can spend another few hours doing a deep dive on the leadership model that we have built in the last 18 months. But basically, it asks a few simple questions. What is the purpose of leadership? Why do we exist? And in terms of that, what model will serve that purpose? And there we talk about a leadership code, which is the DNA of our leadership model. And a leadership brand is how our stakeholders perceive us. And those 2 things are intertwined, because when leadership is respected, the organization is respected, because leadership is the face of the organization. How we achieve that is obviously the kind of leaders we bring into the organization. It's your one chance to affect your DNA. You don't have another chance, because you can hire for breed, but you can train for skill. You cannot, I use the crude example often that if you buy a donkey, you can put the donkey on the best racehorse program. You'll never turn the donkey into a racehorse. You'll turn it into a better donkey. And hopefully donkeys are not offended by that. But it's very clear that once you hire a breed, and this is the DNA of us as leaders, you cannot change that. You can improve the performance, but you can't change the DNA. And so our one chance is to attract the right people, then to develop them, and then to retain them. Obviously, we then have to institutionalize leadership as a competitive advantage in the organization. I want to pause and just share with you that some organizations end up with celebrity leaders. And the risk of a celebrity leader is when they leave, the organization folds. Others build strong leadership brands, not disconnected from the leader, but it exists beyond the leader. So for example, when Apple went from Steve to Tim, Apple did not collapse because there's a strong leadership brand. And then there's also a perspective that says the entire leadership system needs competent individuals, but unless you build it into a system, 10 competent individuals does not make a strong team. And so you can see how we think about building a leadership system and not just celebrity leaders or a bunch of strong individuals. A leadership system should outlive us. And that's really important for us. So we've done a lot of this work. On another occasion, Ivo, we can share some of the leadership work we've done, but we do believe that it is fundamental to the work we do. I personally, as the CEO, manage through a number of leadership levels. The highest is the executive committee, and the executive committee really supports in strategy formulation, as well as monitoring the overall health of the organization, and evaluates the work of various subcommittees that report to that. The second is the management committee, and that is really to to manage the performance of the organization at deep functional levels and do deep dives. And then the broad organization leadership, the top 70 leaders, I engage with directly to coach and develop the leadership model. The most important work of a leader is to provide strategic clarity, to allocate resources, and to build the leadership team. Those are some of the important work of a CEO. To embed the new leadership work, to ensure strategic focus and alignment, and then to hold people to account is very important. And then for the top 300 managers, we have management forums at the national level, the top 300, and at a regional level, we have 9 geographic regions. So when we visit the region, we engage also with the top 30 or so leaders within a region. So eventually, this gives us direct exposure, but engagement with various elements of leaders. We've just completed our first Leadership 360 based on the new leadership model. We are awaiting the results, and that will baseline our leadership bench strength on which we will build over the next few years. I want to turn quickly to organizational culture and ethos. Remember, I shared with you some of these issues at the beginning that says we were faced with some leadership challenges that we started to deal with. We had a particular employee culture. Not only was the organization traumatized, it was also disengaged. And it reduced its work to often meaningless tick-the-box work without regard for impact. The result of which was a measurable decline in performance, an exodus of good people, and a loss of public confidence. So our culture and ethos then has to address those issues. I spoke to you about the leadership work we do, because that is a leading piece of work in creating organizational culture. I refer to you to 4 of our strategic objectives that are interconnected. They are the enabling and the resource. The first is people, the kind of people we want to hire and develop. The second is data, and the third is technology. Why these things are interconnected is as we increase and expand the use of data, as we transfer repetitive, low value and processing work to supercomputers, as we make use of machine learning algorithms and artificial intelligence, the work of people changes. So you have to do that in concert with each other. As we create more digital front end and allow people to engage with us on electronic platforms, our physical platforms, and the people who serve taxpayers at those points of interface, whether it is a contact center or a walk-in branch. So you can see how those 3 things are interconnected and therefore have to evolve together. And the data and technology informs the people, but the people is the long lead time, and therefore we have to start that transformation journey of people early on. And then the 7th one is we want to embed into the organization a culture of resource stewardship so that we can ensure efficacy in the organization, the best possible outcomes, and a performance excellence culture. So you can see how these 3 objectives then manifest explicitly in the enabling environment that we build. We've also very clear about the engagement model, the relationship we want with our employees. We craft that as an employee rights charter. And they consist of 5 simple rights, but they are hard to achieve. The first is that every employee has the right to do work that they enjoy. And enjoyment comes from 2 things. It comes from being good at what you do and loving what you do. If you do work that you are good at and work that you are interested in, time flies. If you don't enjoy your work or you're not good at it, then time drags on and you're disengaged and you're stuck. Then every employee has the right to understand the meaning of their work. You would be surprised how people don't understand the upstream and downstream connectedness of the work. And so it is leadership's responsibility to make this connection visible and clear. Every employee needs to know what they need to do to succeed. That's the third right. Every employee should receive regular and honest feedback. And I have a very simple position that says not giving feedback is not only unfair towards your employees, it is also unethical. The first time your employee gets feedback from you should not be when they don't get a performance bonus where you want to fire them. They should receive regular feedback, because feedback is designed not to tell people how bad they are, but to help them succeed. And then the last right is every employee has the right to experience a fair deal. We've just completed our first employee engagement survey to establish a baseline, and we are currently analyzing the results. Then obviously we reinforced our governance structures. I'll just flip through these slides. That is the governance of SARS, and there are some outstanding recommendations by Nugent Commission to strengthen that. And then the governance within SARS is also some of the statutory committees, and then some of the strategic and management committees. I won't pause on this, save to say that when we reconceptualized our organizational arrangement, we consciously thought through each of these management arrangements and committees in relation to the work we need to do. And then I'm going to pause there in terms of the rebuilding process and share with you just some of the early successes. But I have to be the first to say it is a work in progress. We still have much to do. However, we are encouraged that the staff levels, the levels of engagement to instill purpose and pride is beginning to bear evidence. Even during COVID, we remained connected. We couldn't do the active visit of our branches, but we remained connected by having small teams on Zoom and just engaging and listening and taking feedback. And it is encouraging when people write heartwarming emails about how they're experiencing the change in the organization. Actively engaging with key stakeholders, I think you will attest to the fact that the more recent public messages and narrative of SARS is one that is a lot more positive and a lot more progressive. So building that public confidence is important. Then we also, this is where we draw energy from. We reimagined and repurposed SARS. I shared with you the vision and the strategic intent. We have significantly implemented the recommendations from the Nugent Commission. We have, within our reorganization, reestablished critical functions and capabilities within SARS. We have completed the work of designing our leadership model. We've done the baseline, and now it is about using that for attracting, developing, and retaining, and rewarding good leaders. We have thankfully received additional funding to advance our modernization program. COVID has also given us an opportunity to accelerate our work around reimagining our employee value proposition, which could have taken years. A lot of this stuff have actually been brought forward. And of course, one of the things that's very close to my heart is we've insourced over 700 cleaning staff to give them not only a sense of belonging, but also to give them a career prospect beyond being a cleaner. I mean, we came across people here who had a master's degree, people who have tertiary qualifications, and they're stuck in cleaning roles because that's what you do in a country where unemployment is rife, job opportunities are few, you take what you can get. This decision has transformed the lives of over 700 people. We are also looking at other functions, such as security. We also, in terms of our core business, are encouraged that our focus towards explicitly managing our tax revenue system have yielded results. We started with an audacious goal to say let's put another 100 billion of revenue on our revenue performance that we can account for through our compliance work. We have seen this year an improvement of 26% of revenue from our compliance program. You will know that when we had our worst crystal ball that we looked into in October, we said we would be down 300 billion against what the minister estimated in February 2020. Well, because of some of the winds that blew in our favor, but more importantly, our focused rebuilding program, we exceeded the worst prediction by 138 billion rand. In other words, we cut back the 300 billion loss to 176 billion loss. We also had to respond to the effects of COVID. We reconfigured the way we worked. We did that in play to respond to the risk of transmission whilst maintaining service and presence to taxpayers. We enabled 80% of our staff to work remotely, and we will play with this capability as we reconfigure our work arrangements. When we started at COVID, just over 10% of staff were enabled. During the first 100 days, we added 30 additional technology and data enhanced functionalities. And because we did that, we kept 4.2 million taxpayer interactions out of our branches because they could now switch to digital offerings. And that, as I said, was great for taxpayer service, but also great for managing the transmission risk of COVID. We also, in the heart of COVID, we launched an auto assessment functionality that is really designed to make the submission of an annual filing of your tax returns almost seamless or invisible for most individual taxpayers. And very, very thankfully, we've also begun to recruit areas of those specialized skills, but also included in this is 200 graduates so that we can continuously enrich the gene pool, but also in a country with low unemployment, provide experiential opportunities for newly graduate South African individuals. You've seen the advert. So as I conclude, we are not declaring victory, but we are encouraged by the signs. Our 8th and our 9th strategic objective reminds me that we need your help. Ordinary South Africans, influential stakeholders, public and private, we cannot do this unless we strengthen the entire system. To wrap up, some key leadership insights. The first perspective is rebuilding an organization and restoring its integrity is significantly more than just a series of mechanistic transactions. And superficially, you can put as much lipstick on the bulldog, it still will always be a bulldog. And so it has to be deep, it has to be systemic, it has to address the DNA of the organization, it has to touch the soul, and not the hard explicit organizational arrangements, but it has to touch the soul. And then it has to be transformative. We do not want to build a SARS that is just better at what it does. We want to build a transformed organization that is mindful of its impact on stakeholders. The second perspective that I share is that, you know, we as leaders often have a sense of self-importance, but actually it's a humbling and privileged experience that I have every day that I actually don't do much work. I enable work. I enable it by creating the environment. I enable it together with the leadership team by giving strategic clarity. We enable it as the leadership team by ensuring resources are allocated and really to inspire and aspire. The truth is that 12,000 people are needed to do this work. I don't actually register taxpayers. I don't actually answer calls as my day job. I listen in, but I don't actually, in fact, I can't. I'd be hopeless at doing it. I don't actually assess declarations or conduct audits. or survey travelers at our borders, or inspect cargo. And so this leaves me with an annoying question. What is my work as a leader if I don't do the work of SARS? And that is what then says, I am only here to serve. Because stewardship is the core essence of leadership work. And as the CEO, this is my inordinate privilege, and it is the expectation we set of the leadership team. Our job is to inspire people to be the best versions of themselves. Our job is to create an environment that fosters trust, respect, and full engagement, and the best performance that one can deliver. And the third perspective is that steward leaders go beyond merely assigning tasks to people. Indeed, they clarify, they serve the 6 I's. They communicate intent with clarity. They inspire positive action. They are mindful of and demonstrate concern for impact. They influence those who are disbelieving, and there will always be those who don't believe. They provide ongoing insight, especially when people become discouraged. Remember the story of Moses and the Israelites? They came from slavery, promised a land of milk and honey, but many of them lost courage on the way, and the leader has to provide ongoing insight, re-clarify, re-envision, and ultimately to nurture a strong sense of interdependence, that no one of us can do the work that all of us are required. So in summary, we tell a very simple story that we exist to serve a higher purpose that fosters and enables economic well-being. We believe that most people are honest and want to comply. In order to facilitate this, we provide clarity and certainty. We try to make it simple, but we are also vigilant to detect and make it costly for those who don't want to comply. We build the institutional capability that enables this performance. We recognize we can't do it on our own, that we are part of a system. And if we succeed this, we will have built a smart, modern SARS with unquestionable integrity that is both trusted and admired. We just happen to administer tax laws, facilitate trade and economic activity across and within our borders. We are a tax and customs administration. This is the story of SARS. And when we become discouraged, we remind and are inspired by the ethos of our Constitution that we recognize the injustices from where we come. We honor those who have suffered for justice and who have fought for our freedom. We have built many of the foundations. We truly believe that South Africa belongs to all who live in it, and that we are united by our diversity. And then the work we do must heal the divisions of the past. It must reinforce our democratic values, social justice, and fundamental human rights. It must contribute towards laying the foundation for a democratic and open society. The will of the people must be reflected in the way government administers and manages its citizenry. And ultimately, the measure of the success that we do is the measurable and visible improvement of the material conditions under which people live in South Africa. And when they all have a quality of life that is acceptable and they are free to reach their full potential, that's when our work will be done. Thank you.
Mr. Kieswetter, thank you very much for those often inspiring remarks. In the format of a keynote, we don't normally open up to a broader questioning, but because we're a smaller number and the focus of this is less of a conference than as a workshop, I'm going to open up to some questions if you don't mind, or some comments as well from our participants. I have a few. Maybe I could just kick off with a couple. I was struck by your use of the word repurposing in the course of your presentation. Of course, the term was one that I developed with Mark Swilling in the Betrayal of the Promise report, but there we used it rather negatively. Repurposing was an event where the mandate of an organization was subverted in the direction of a nefarious purpose. There you're using it in a positive sense. So SARS was repurposed away from its original purpose, and now you're repurposing back to its purpose. I like that. But I do wonder, and I would be interested to hear your remarks in this regard. You talked about the DNA or the soul of the organization. And the question that struck me was, to what extent was the DNA or the soul of SARS perverted during the state capture period, to such an extent that the capture of the organization was relatively easy? Or was the DNA or the soul of the organization sufficiently robust that capture was not so widespread and that it's been relatively easy for you to turn the organization around? So that would be my first question. The second one is, I was struck in your presentation that your model, which was similar to the model that I had seen before, that premised SARS's approach was strongly on the basis of that largely South Africans are willing or want to pay their taxes, and the major obstacle is just is practical, making it easy for them to pay tax. I know that was definitely the approach under Pravin Gordhan, and I think it was very successful in that regard. I wonder, though, how realistic that assumption is in the current situation, given that we've now had, well, nearly a decade of the deterioration of state services. Professor Tom in yesterday's session showed some very, very interesting statistics about trust in government, showing that the assumption that South African officials were corrupt was very, very high, and the trust in institutions was also relatively low. So I wonder if those sorts of assumptions of the willingness of South Africans to pay their taxes is an appropriate assumption in the current circumstances. I think if you can spend a few minutes just asking other questions potentially, then we can conclude the session.
Do you mind if I also take Tabang's question? I see his hand is up, and then I'll.
Yes, please.
Well, thank you so much, Edward. Mine is really not a question. I've listened to you very, very, very intently. And I would just like to express my astonishment and surprise, really, at how you have emphasized the critical questions of clarity of purpose and intent, and that the articulation of strategic, construction in order to achieve that, or as they say, to reduce the divergence between intent and actual achievement in the progress that you are making. I'm saying so because it just occurred to me that if I could get about 5 super performing MBA students or even beyond that level and ask them to find a case study that would, eminently reflect the insights coming out of the book that I wrote, The Unending Struggle for Relevance, for relevance. And they quoted the SARS case study. I definitely would award them 100%. And let me also emphasize that I have never discussed with Edward what I have written, and I know that he's not even read my book, but I'm so pleasantly humbled that you have taken this route without knowing what I've written in the book, but you have reaffirmed what I'm trying to do, and therefore I feel very encouraged in my work, and I hope it will improve with time. So thank you very much for that.
Thank you. Thank you, Tabang. I always am encouraged by your insight and your remarks. Either to your point, the impact and soul of the organization, and I think I remind you that I was part of the SARS during the Pravin leadership era. So very mindful of the core DNA and consciousness that we were trying to build in the organization, the sense of higher purpose. And in fact, when I returned, I made the remark that because there are thousands of men and women who have not forgotten their sense of higher purpose, who were still committed, SARS the damage on SARS, though deep, could have been much worse. And when I walked into the organization and I used the language that they were used to, you could see their eyes light up. You could see they were re-energized. They connected easily. And so they become part of an early coalition of change. And so when part of the work of stewards is to inspire confidence in disbelievers and to ensure that the encouraged coalition and the guiding coalition grows, then it is those people who did not forget where they came from that helps the rebuilding and accelerates the rebuilding project. It doesn't make it an overnight job, but it definitely aids and supports the work we do. On the theory of compliance, let me just refresh your memory that it manifests in three core business objectives. The first is to provide clarity and certainty. The second is to make it easy to fulfill your obligations. And the third is to present a credible threat of detection. And so your point about the current context merely means that the focus on the third one is an important focus for us. But the way you lead the change becomes the change. And so it is important that our clarity of and our consciousness of the theory of compliance, that we are not distracted or disheartened by the current malaise of our society, but by the aspiration that we still seek, and allocate our resources and our current program of action in response to the current malaise. But remember, what we are busy with is a multi-year journey with that strategic clarity. But year one will be very different than year 5. And so it is not an either or. It is really about saying, if that is our theory, how do we apply it to the current context? And there you are right. Unfortunately, we need a lot more work we would ordinarily need in the third objective, which is making it costly for those who seek not to comply. In the end, to tie back to the point Abang was making, I mean, leadership work is about doing 4 things well. First is about strategic formulation to provide that clarity. The second is to create an enabling environment for execution. The third is to engage the people that you need to do the work. And the fourth is to discover and develop the talent for tomorrow. And so it is doing those 4 things that is the bedrock of the leadership model, that no matter what your personal attributes are that you bring, it must manifest in those 4 things to which we assign clear objectives and key measurable results that we hold ourselves accountable for.
On that note, I think let me bring the session to an end. Mr. Kieswetter, thank you very, very much for giving us your time and for an important presentation. I think it's so important, the message that you conveyed or gave us in the current moment in South Africa, where there is such profound and deep despair about the state of the country, and in particular the state of the state or the state of public institutions. There's a degree of, I mean, I know that this conference, when we started it, it was met with a degree of incredulity. I mean, reforming public service, it seems a task, it's a task so remote that it seems like this would just be a talking shop. But I think what is so important to remember is that some incredibly powerful and important work was done in the 1990s and 2000s around building institutions. That work needs to continue. And that, as Anthony Butler and I wrote in a recent piece, that even though institutions have been damaged, there is a basis nonetheless to work to build on. And that is really the purpose of the public service reform going forward, is to take the skeleton of institutions that are still there and to reform and to rebuild them. That seems to be the largest project going forward. And the SARS model, or what is going on at SARS, therefore it offers some degree of inspiration, but potentially offers a guide for other institutions around a way forward. So thank you very much for your intervention. Our next session, Pascal Malloy, the former city manager of Johannesburg, will chair it. So I'm hoping Pascal is with us. But I would like to make a few remarks and just introduce our speakers. I know that Professor Falola has joined us, and I know it's early hours of the morning, and Professor Falola, so I'm very, very grateful for your participation in this session. Professor Falola has joined us from Austin, Texas, where, of course, he's the Jacob and Francis Sanger Mossiker Chair in the Humanities and the Distinguished University Professor at the University of Texas. We're also joined by Bill Thompson, Head of the Division Eurasia, Global Relations Secretariat of OECD, and of course, Thabang Motsoi, who is not just the head of the Lenovo Advisory, but he's also author of Fit for Purpose and the Unending Struggle for Relevance, and published in 2021. And Thabang, thank you very much for sending me that book, which I've started reading, and of course, it's absolutely fascinating. So I think we've got an important panel here. Just to note, and it'll be interesting for some comment, in his presentation to the Zondo Commission, President Ramaphosa referred to the report of the OECD, in particular to justify, as far as I could understand, some aspects of cadre deployment, to argue essentially that the politicization of public administrations is to some extent normal. And I think that's something worth thinking about, given the larger questions and themes that this conference has raised. So, Pascal, I'm handing over to you. We are not too pressed for time. The original conception of this conference was that it shouldn't be another long-winded webinar. So we plan to end before lunchtime, but Pascal, time management is over to you. So thank you very much, and I look forward to listening. Pascal, are you there?
I'm here, and thank you very much. And you have done half of my job already by introducing the speakers. And without further waste of time or further ado, can I then invite, in this order, Bill Thompson to go first, and Professor Falola, and Thabang, you'll be the last. Can I hand over to you, Bill, to take us through? Thank you.
Thank you. Just taking a moment to unmute there. Thank you for the introduction and the opportunity to join you. I want to stress right away that although I'll be drawing on a lot of OECD work, some of which I was a part of, some of which I was not, I'm really speaking in a personal capacity here, and I will be throwing out some reflections that might or might not be endorsed by OECD member states. I'm not sure how much time I should take. I'm just looking, because one could talk for hours, but I can be as brief as you like. Perhaps if 10 minutes seems about right, or less, Chair?
That should be fine. That should be fine.
Okay, I'll keep an eye on the clock. I do want to comment right at the outset that the title of this challenged me as soon as I saw it, because if there's one thing that I think is difficult to fast track in government, it's public administration reform. It's an extraordinarily complex task, and in watching public administration reforms with greater or lesser success in the countries where I have worked for almost 20 years at the OECD, speed has not been one of the hallmarks of success. Persistence has, institutional commitment has, but I have to say, when I saw the title, it brought me up short. I do want to make a couple of preliminary comments before I talk about some of the things that we have found in the work that I've been a part of at the OECD that may stimulate some reflections from colleagues in South Africa. By the way, I want to say I was here for the previous session. I really enjoyed it, and a lot of what was said did actually resonate very well. But one thing I do want to say is, when we talk about state capture, I'm increasingly uncomfortable when I look around at the countries I have worked with, and indeed at the countries where I have lived, with the notion of capture, which almost implies that the state is the passive victim of this. It seems increasingly clear to me that the challenge we face stems from the fact that rent seekers inside and outside the state build political ties with politicians who themselves derive tremendous advantage from this relationship. It's not so much a capture of government as an exchange of benefits between politicians seeking to reduce competitive threats to their position and corporate interests and others who may want to shape the market environment or distort the functions of the state to enable them to seize and hold rents. A small footnote, but I just think it's important always to look at both sides of this. The other general point, and I think this was prompted not only by my own experiences in the countries I've worked in, but also by some of the questions and comments in the previous session, is that when I come to talk about public sector reform, public administration reform, my impression consistently over many, many years is that I've almost never been anywhere where the public and private sectors, in terms of their capacities, their skills, their efficiency, their productivity, were in dramatically different places. You rarely find a public sector that advances way beyond what the private sector has available in terms of skills and human capital and so on. These things tend to move together, and I have to say, in the very few places I've been where that rule has been violated, it has seemed to be a problem. I have been in one or two republics where I was struck by the fact that everybody I met who seemed to be clever and well educated was working in the public administration. And that, frankly, stemmed from the fact that these were quite authoritarian regimes, and this was pretty much the only way to get on. I'm not sure that's a model anyone wants to endorse. So when I think about public administration reform, I mean, I've worked on the political economy of reform in dozens of countries while I've been at the OECD. I led several major projects on this in the 2000s. And in a sense, I think PAR really falls into the most difficult category, because I essentially see basically three areas where structural reforms unfold. One is those areas where the state's role is primarily that of referee. It is defining rules and regulating the activities of agents who choose and pursue their own ends and resolving disputes between them. That's quite demanding, but it's relatively easy to change the rules or abolish the rules in many cases, as compared to, say, a second set of domains like education and healthcare, in which the state itself is often engaged in direct provision of services to citizens. And of course, the third area is concerned with the functioning of the state itself in the performance of both rule application, i.e. regulatory tasks, such as the first category, and task fulfillment functions, the sort of service provision functions. So I sort of see the state engaged in three areas: the rule application, the task fulfillment, and then the kind of regulation of its own functions. The distinctions are rough and ready, and there's a lot of overlap. I know in some areas like healthcare, you may have direct provision of some services as well as regulation of markets for the provision of others. Pension reforms may involve governance of markets as well as direct intervention in administration of public schemes. But I think you get the rough idea. And the point is that the tasks, in my view, grow much more complicated when we come to the question of actually the way the state regulates and operates itself, its own functions. And I just want to begin by drawing, I'll move on in a minute and talk a little bit about what we see in the context of the COVID crisis. But I do just want to outline a few fairly broad lessons which we learned in our work. These are very commonsensical lessons. When I say them, they always sound very, very obvious to me. But I've done the empirical work in enough countries to know that even obvious lessons are often overlooked and omitted under the pressure of events and politics and so on. The first point is the one I mentioned at the outset, which is that they take a while. And they often take quite some time to prepare. When we looked at the work we did, the comparative work I did in 2007, 8, 9, and 10 in particular, there was usually several years of what you might call pre-work involved in the launch of most successful reforms. And in many cases, we saw that more haste does indeed make for less speed. And that is an interesting point, I think, to reflect on when we're in the context of a crisis, because every time there's a major global crisis, one of the things we hear at the OECD is how the crisis has to be an opportunity for reform. I wouldn't disagree. The crisis does have to be an opportunity for reform. It often creates a window of opportunity that has to be seized. But the ability to make good use of such opportunities often depends on the work that has already been done to prepare the ground for reform. And I stress that because in the work that we did, we saw a number of real train wrecks of very unsuccessful reform attempts that emerged because a crisis created an opportunity to change something. The analysis and political groundwork had not been properly prepared. And the rush to seize that opportunity, frankly, ended in failure. In other instances, we saw crises creating an opportunity for people to press ahead with reforms that had been in gestation for some time, had been blocked, the constraints were relaxed, and it was very, very successful. Linked to that, of course, is the fact that it usually takes several attempts. The most successful reforms we analyzed during this work on making reform happen were generally following prior setbacks, or you know, if not failures, at any rate partial successes. So it's quite important to realize that even less successful reform attempts may well set the stage for more far-reaching successes and deepen an understanding of the problem. The challenge, of course, of public administration reform is that you're really trying to reform the reformers. It raises some of the same challenges as healthcare and education, in that you have a lot of path dependence, very long time lags. You have to coordinate among very different levels of government. You have to win the support of the stakeholders who will be directly affected by the reform. And it's also an area in which, for all that the OECD loves to talk about evidence-based policymaking, it's what we exist for, it can actually be much harder to make an evidence-based case for change, because it is often very difficult to evaluate the quality and efficiency of public services and public administration. We're getting better at that, but it is a much more difficult area than many others. And in addition, frankly, we find that there's often much less social demand for public administration reforms. Citizens get upset about the inefficiency or quality of public services directly provided to them. They may get upset about high-level corruption scandals, but the issue of internal changes to the way public administrations operate is generally of low salience. And that gives the insiders who may not be interested in reform a tremendous advantage. Generating public demand for reform can sometimes be a challenge. Having said that, I don't want to sound too pessimistic, because one of the things we observe in OECD countries, particularly in areas where reforms have been relatively successful, some of the Nordic countries come to mind, is that not only is it possible to get the public interested, but extensive consultations with the officials affected often creates an opportunity to generate demand for reform among them. We, as outsiders, often have this perception of civil servants, a bit like Sir Humphrey Appleby in Yes Minister, with which I expect we're all familiar, that sense that they are always resistant to change, protecting their turf and so on. In fact, one of the most exciting things that emerges from the work that my colleagues in the Public Governance Directorate do is that not only can you win civil servants around to supporting change, sometimes by providing direct benefits, sometimes by providing better conditions in which they can do their work, investing in their professional development, but a lot of the demand actually comes from within the public sector. We do see in many countries that it's the civil servants themselves who realize the challenge. And I think that's an important point that should never be overlooked. It kind of reminds me of the comment made by the keynote speaker this morning, when he was talking about creating, operating on the assumption that every taxpayer will cheat if he possibly can. In the same way, I have been involved in dialogue with countries over things like public procurement reform, where it's very, very clear that they're operating on the assumption that every civil servant will defect and behave opportunistically if he possibly can. And the result is to demotivate the better class of public servant, tie their hands, write incredibly rigid and often unworkable rules, and quite frankly, the corrupt civil servants still find a workaround. That recognizing that we cannot approach this on the assumption that the officials are to be, are going to be hostile to these things. I'm watching the clock, and I'm talking a bit too long, I think, given the need for time. So I just want to say a couple of other things about COVID in particular. We have been watching very closely how governments have responded, because this is a crisis that has put remarkable demands on public services. And I won't go into detail, but I want to highlight some issues that others may then want to pick up and discuss. The first is the balance between accountability and risk-taking. We want, in a crisis like this, we want public authorities to respond rapidly. We want an agile public service. The trouble is, as this crisis has shown us, agility is inseparable from risk-taking. And if we have created structures, as in some countries we clearly observe, and I'm living in one of them in France, where there are tremendously strong accountability of public officials and elected officials, which in principle is a very good thing, but it makes them extremely risk averse. One of the reasons that France has had enormous difficulties in rolling out, first of all, testing, then track and trace, then vaccination. There are many reasons for these problems, but at the core of them, we see a deep inability to, as it were, short circuit normal processes that in dealing with normal conditions and normal times are appropriate, to streamline public procurement. And the reason is that anyone who takes the authority to say, look, this is an emergency, we're going to have to cut some corners here, we got to move fast. If things go wrong, the accountability, including criminal liability, is tremendous. So that's an extreme example, but I want to stress that we have really seen a need for agility, often running up against that fear of accountability, because this is an emergency where most public officials, even most scientists, have a very, very partial understanding of the risks, of the science. There's a lot of disagreement. So we're really, we need to think more deeply about risk-taking in the public sector. Secondly, it's driven home the importance of subnational governments. In many countries that we work with, and in particular those in Eurasia, in my patch, one of the tremendous difficulties has arisen from the fact that at lower levels of public authority, regions and cities, municipalities, they're on the front line when it comes not to making the big policy decisions, but to administering lockdowns, to operating the health system, to helping make PPE available. And we really have seen in many countries tremendous difficulties with implementing even relatively straightforward measures because you don't have that level. We've seen a tremendous, of course, acceleration of use of digital technologies. I think that's an area we want to talk about further, but one point I would want to make is that Bill Gates never spoke a truer word than when he said, if you automate a bad process, you just make it 10 times worse. And I think we need to realize when we talk about digitalization of the state and automation of the state and e-governance, that is not a substitute for streamlining and improving and strengthening procedures. And finally, I think we have to recognize that what is good for a crisis may not be so good at other times. And that's a real challenge for us to balance. We've seen a number of quick fixes and agile responses, but they're going to have to be assessed when the crisis is over. We're still watching this. Last of all, since the OECD was quoted in the news, I saw, and it was mentioned at the outset, I just want to stress that the paper that was cited and the work that was cited should not be taken out of context. We recognize the need for political involvement insofar as we expect the public administration to be there to deliver the policies adopted by the elected government of the day. Having said that, I can point you to a huge body of OECD work on safeguards, conflict of interest, transparency, regulation. This is not by any means to say that we believe that because you've won an election, you are supposed to have the authority simply to alter public institutions at will. There's a strong culture in the OECD, and there's a strong body of evidence in our work that emphasizes the need for strong and appropriate and stable protections of the public service functions of the public service. I'm sure I could say more about that, but I'm already way over the time I asked for, so I will stop. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bill. I won't take comments now, but maybe move directly to Professor Falola. Sort of to wake you up so early, Tolling, and we hope you will bear with us. Thank you.
Fine. I have shared the paper ahead of time. So what I will do is not to repeat many of its contents, but to add to it. And in adding to it, I will refer to some of the previous speakers. I would benefit from some of what they have said in terms of I'm trying to reduce the PowerPoint while I'm also able to see my note, which is giving me some challenges now. So I hope I don't abandon the note in the process when I get scared. So let me widen my conversation in terms of things that are not in the notes that I've sent. By adding a number of elements, I must start by saying that when I finished my first degree, I work as a civil servant in a very competitive bureaucracy. And I was in charge. I was posted to Civil Service Commission to handle promotion and discipline, which was, from the point of view of civil servants, the most important thing that affects their life. After 3 months, I told myself, this is not a job for me. It wasn't a job for me. Because what civil servants wanted allowed them, pushed them to even come to my house and wake me up in the morning. There was no aspect was easy. Whether you are looking for something or you want to escape punishment. And I went to do a PhD and became a professor. Fast forward, those who left are 20 times richer than me. One of them ran to become a governor. One or two of them has like 40, 50 houses. We remain associates, but they usually will mock me. By the time my children were already married, they were already producing grandkids, they were already sending their kids abroad to choice places. And they will say, well, who is having the last laugh? And I will say, it's a function of passion. It's not a joke, because if someone were not passionate about what he does in a society like mine, one would now say, why did I leave that service 30 years ago? If the outcome, if you measure it in terms of objects, acquisition and wealth, are so proportionally different. That's number one. Number two, as one grows up in the system, one begins to realize that the exercise of administrative power is so key to many things in many African countries. Do you need permit for your land? Do you need a passport? Do you need an ID? Whatever you need, you are under the grip of the civil servants, of the bureaucracy. The South African experience may be different, but whether Mali, Nigeria, these other countries, the civil servants basically control what you call the key elements of your lives, including your death certificate, your death certificate. Sometimes sometimes access to the money in your bank. So that grip, we must factor it into how we analyze these problems. So we're dealing with living the context of my own experience and comparing a civil servant with a professor in terms of social relevance, in terms of access. You begin to see how what I'm telling you will influence citizens. And it's a point that the two speakers also need to address when you give them more time. Citizen perception, because that's very key. You can't be talking about reforms without linkages to citizenship. We have to do it that way. So in the paper, other than the last segment, the entire thing is applicable. The need for organization. Why do people capture the state? These reasons are similar in so many locations. But there are the following elements. What do we bring from the culture of the past? A point that people tend to ignore, that in most parts of Africa, what you call the bureaucracy, the civil servants, did not emerge organically. And we must first of all recognize that it's key that a former public service was not integral to the running of empires and kingdoms. They had what we call the equivalencies of civil servants and bureaucracy. Chief in charge of tax, chief in charge of markets and things like that. But in the kind of model they ran for centuries, whether it's Shaka Zulu Empire or U Empire, Benin Empire, did not form the foundation of the civil service in the modern African states. And this is core. This is key. Second, relating to that culture, African empires were successful empires, but they were not modernizing public project-based empires. They were very successful, but they were essentially tributary states and tributary empires. The logic of tributary states and tributary empires, as different from sea-based modernizing empires, land-based modernizing empires, they're not the same. It's not the same. And when you fast forward it, in which some African states have done, you are going to find serious consequences, some of which are very, very unpleasant. And I will give some examples regarding that. Then you have what is the sole central fundamentals, objectives of the pre-colonial states. They were tied to land and to market regulations, in which both you want the majority of your citizens to create a living, as in whether it's the Egyptian states, Mali or Shaka Zulu or your empire. But it's not that you're using a large number of civil servants to manage them. And the exercise of power, which I will repeat, when carried forward, not as constitution, but as conventions, because we should not confuse the two. We have constitutions on the one hand, but many of these states are also managed by conventions. Conventions, in some cases, tied to the kingship of old. And they make arguments that are not based on constitution. These arguments are not written down. And if you look at these arguments, they tie to the very logic of the states that produce kingship and kinship, different from the very logic of the modern states. Let me give you some examples. Chad, the president died. 24 hours later, his son replaced him and abolished the parliament. What civil servants are we talking about? It's basically meaningless. Because if I were a civil servant, what am I going to do? Not run the errand for the young 37-year-old boy who just took over power from me. And as I do that, I'll be telling you things that they are unbelievable. Nigeria, one time, the Nigerian president can tell the governor of the central bank, bring a certain amount of money. They've done it over and over again. Load the truck. I want 1/3 of the dollars in the reserve. Bring it to my house. So a state governor in the state of Kano, Nigeria, was keeping state money in his house, sometimes under his bed. When they asked him, he said, "Why are you asking what government money is doing in the governor's house?" That's what he said. It's a public statement. That government money belongs to the governor. How do you manage a state like that? I am not making this up. Allocation, direct allocation from federal to state, there have been situations in which they transfer them to private accounts. How can you transfer state money to private account? And then you have, in working forward, many of these cultural assumptions, all sorts of arguments that they will say, Mansa Musa did this when he was going to Mecca. Whom did he report to the amount of money he was carrying? They're very useless arguments, but they make them nevertheless. Second, corruption, which the speaker on taxation mentioned. Corruption means that reforms are so difficult. You can contemplate it, but they will be sabotaged. So if you look, we can study this from various approaches. The houses that civil servants live in corrupt states, they are far more than their salary. Where do the civil servants get money to send their children to private school? When the school fees is more than 3 years of his salary. Those are complications. Then you deal with incentives. The state must create incentives to punish and to reward. Where incentive structures are weak, they create serious complications. And where incentive structures can be sabotaged, they create serious complication. So if you live in states that have been captured, why do you worry about the police and the judge? If they say turn left, you turn right, the police arrest you, get money.
Ceremony implies is that by February 2016, you personally.
Okay, so why would you have to worry about a judge whom you go to his house, you buy the case. Whom do you have to worry about? Because the nature of the incentives mean that if you have privileges, you have power, if you have positions, the civil servants do not count much for you. Then comes yet, these are bigger points, but I have to fast forward them very quickly. Then come issues that we must address in all societies. To what extent can you police individuals? It's difficult. To what extent can you keep using regulations? For centuries and centuries and centuries, many of these places have been governed by notions of shame and guilt. And that shame and guilt, we need to find a way to operationalize them into tools of analysis. Because if you look at places for centuries, individuals, nobody is policing me as a professor in terms of giving grades. I'm basically policing myself. But there are values that make them possible. So whether it's old Ghana or Zulu, everywhere, the concept of shame and guilt was so fundamental, in which you say, if I do this and I'm caught, people will lose respect for me. Or if I do this, that is bad, and I'm not caught, but I feel guilty, there are spiritual consequences to my life. The moment those shame and guilt are removed, as in many modern states, virtually most things begins to descend. And I'm not making a moral argument, by the way. I'm just saying, what are the values that guide individuals towards conformity, towards non-corrupt behaviors? And the final point, which is not in my paper, is the loyalty of citizenship. Where citizens are not loyal to the state, reforms are so difficult. So the social contract has broken down. In the case of South Africa, maybe it still remains. But in many other parts of Africa, that social contract has broken down. So you constitute your own local government. You are the one generating your electricity by buying a generator. You constitute your security if you live in insecure places like Nigeria. You have to hire your own gate man. You have to do your own architecture of insecurity, the way you build your house. So totally unlivable because you are afraid. You have to provide your own borehole. So if I create my own water, if I generate my own electricity, if I generate my own security, what is my engagement with the civil service? What do I need to do with them? Because you cannot live in many of these places without constituting yourself into a government. A rich man in Lagos is a government. You have to understand him as constituting a municipal authority. The only thing he does not do is the main road leading to his house. The other things he does. Consequently, there is this disconnect, a massive disconnect. And how to bridge that disconnect may be one of the things we have to talk about. Let me close by coming out to my paper. Everything I've been saying is not in that paper, in which I said, we need organizations. That's not the problem. We need bureaucracies. We cannot do without them. But do capture them. Self-interest, corruption, the way political state is set up, the politicians who control the civil service, and the civil servants themselves capture the civil service. In the question and answer time, the paper by the minister, I do not know the South African situation. The real sabotage to the civil service in many African states are civil servants themselves. Civil servants are contractors. When the state says is allocating money to a specific project, the people that benefit the most are the civil servants who set up their own alternative companies to quickly collect that contract. In other words, the people we are trying to reform are preeminent people who sabotage. They are members of political parties. They join political parties. They use the mechanism of their own power to insert themselves. So they are part of that capture itself. And the consequences, as I said in the paper, are many. So you are dealing with inefficiency. I'm not talking about South Africa because I don't know that place. I'm just talking about many of the African countries. We cannot see the development they deliver. Go to the capital of Chad, which I just use an example. You ask yourself, is this working? Go to the capital of Uganda. I've been privileged to know many presidents of countries. One day, I had a president of an African country. Why are you allowing all these motorcycles on the street? In some places, they call them Okada. They just don't let you move. He told me the very day he removed them from the streets, that may be the very day he's going to lose power. That when he arrives from a foreign trip, they are the ones who come in thousands to welcome him. When he's visiting, they welcome him in thousands. That they're useful. How can you police market women, traders? They're very difficult. So I explained in the paper the reasons for that state capture: power, corruption, manipulations, and there are various dimensions. You divert money. You divert money. You avoid responsibility, and you hold your very public to ransom. In other words, you do not meet the goals of the social contract. And then the consequences, which you find in South Africa, because I visit a lot. I have 2 professorships in South Africa. 4 times a year I will come. I don't have to tell you about increasing crime in Durban and Johannesburg. Institutions are becoming weakened. Ivor mentioned that. And you're beginning to create distance between your public and your agency. The issue of trust is there. So what do we do? Because the audience will ask, professors, all of you have been talking, give us solutions. And I agree with Bill, these are long-term processes. It's like a marriage, it's like a family. Once there's no trust, how do you proceed? And we have succeeded in building low-trust societies. If you go to my town and you buy a plot of land, they've sold it to 6 other people. It's a low-trust society. Fundamentally, I've argued that low-trust societies may not make it. They may not develop in the long run because you need to organize credit. You need to empower institutions. Your citizens must trust what you tell them. Do you know, any of you can go to Nigeria and get a Nigerian name and get a Nigerian passport. White people have gone to Nigeria to get passports. And they go to that television to ridicule them. There's nothing you want in these countries that you cannot get. You can smuggle people out. You can even give people money to go and do whatever you want them to do. Then how do we punish? How do we punish? How do we have good politicians? Because without good politicians, we are wasting our time talking about good civil servants. This is not China. These are not states that have been running on long bureaucratic traditions. And patrimonial government will build kleptocracy, and the combination of patrimonialism and kleptocracy will build an inefficient and corrupt civil service. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Prof, for those insights. And with that, can we invite Thabang to be our last speaker? Then we'll take all the comments together. Thabang.
Oh, thank you very much, Pascal, and good morning to everybody else. Can you hear me? I hope I'm quite clear.
Yes, we can hear you, Thabang. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. You know, when I was preparing for this workshop, I had a look at the document that was sent to me, which articulated the rationale for the workshop, the rationale for the framework. And, you know, what attracted me was in the introduction. And I'll come to the reason why it attracted me. One of the things that are very, very critical in organizations is that, you know, there has to be clarity of purpose in terms of what that organization wants to achieve. And there must also, secondly, be clarity of strategic intent. What sort of outcome do you anticipate? So that is stated in the vision. And the third thing is, then you must ask yourself, what then do we use in order to achieve all these things in a timely fashion, in an incremental fashion, but in a sure fashion that can be visibly seen, that is public? That's the third question. And then you ask, how do we ensure that we promote, uplift ethical conduct and leadership in all levels of the organization to achieve all these things? These are the issues that have been central to my writings and about organizations since way back in 2002. I've been in the field of organizational strategy since then and prior to then. And one of the lessons that I've, you know, experiences that I've gained is that we are rather weak in clarifying intent. What is it? How do you frame the problem that you want to solve? Can we frame it and articulate it in a very clear sense so that whatever you develop of the things that I've stated before can now make sense and achieve what you intend? When I looked into the introduction, you know, it's crisply written, but I think it misses a central question about the challenges that we face in 1994. I framed that in my books. The apartheid era was an era of racialized exclusion from opportunity for a number of reasons that they had articulated amongst themselves in their political policy formulation and in their political philosophy as the apartheid state and as the nationalist party. But it was centrally about that. Exclude these majority Black people, because if we allow them the freedom to achieve whatever they want, then we may be extinguished and suppressed as a minority. That is at the root of it. Now, let's move forward. 1994, prospects of a new democratic order and a new government. The challenge then at that point, therefore, you know, becomes self-evident. In the previous era, Black people were starved of public services. They received less. Even allocations budgetary-wise, school, health, etc., were a fraction of what was given to the white, you know, counterparts. Therefore, the challenge then becomes of, can we, as we get into this new phase, into the democratic transition, set a structure and a vision and strategic intent that can then be in a position and be capable of serving the larger South African citizenry equitably without discrimination. And this is why we have things like non-sexist society in our constitution, etc., etc. So equity, social justice were at the center of what we want to achieve as a government. And we're at the center of what we must embrace as a political philosophy based on social justice. Now, it becomes very, very clear, therefore, that you cannot expect the public service of the Nationalist Party or the apartheid era to efficiently and effectively serve now the expanded market that is brought about by the change or brought about by democracy. There lies the challenge. Now, that is how I see the framing of the problem. We need to realize on an incremental basis, build a public service which will serve the broader interests of the South African society effectively and efficiently. Then the question that arises is, as it has been elaborated throughout the whole introduction, is we seem to have not been able to do that effectively up to now. In fact, we've realized in many areas regression. And this is at the center of what I write about in the book, The Unending Struggle for Relevance, which is that it is based on this concept that I introduced in the first book, Fit for Purpose, which is really a paradigm, a way of thinking that the organization, for it to be sustainable in its success and in achieving its objective, must at each moment be fit to deliver on that objective and strategic intent. It cannot therefore regress into a stage of low effectiveness and then hopefully jump higher in the next 6 months or 10 months. So fit for purpose is a way of thinking, is a state of mind, is a condition of the moment. How fit are we to deliver at this moment? And remember, this moment is within a context that is dynamic and changing. It is never static. There comes another very important conceptual proposition that I have in the book, that context must be central to everything that we do. If you understand the context, then you can define the purpose, articulate it relevantly, and also articulate everything else that has to deliver that purpose, strategic intent, relevantly. So context is very, very important. If you misunderstand that concept or misdiagnose the concept, then you end up with solutions and cures and choices that are irrelevant and will not be long-lasting and may actually cause more harm in terms of reaction, more harm to the people, and cause negative reaction in the short, medium, and long term. This is where we are. It became very clear, therefore, that the question of the type of the public service delivery system and its quality, its capability was central. This has been very clear. I think what has been happening now, the trouble or the challenge that we're faced with is that we have not coalesced our thoughts about how to go about it. And that's the issue that I actually deal with very intensely in here, in the book, about the paradox, the contradictions of governance and context that is in chapter 3. And you see this contradiction of purpose and context. If you take individual SOEs and try to see what then must be done. If you take, for example, SAA, and my background is heavily in air transport. up to, in the early 70s, and then joined Transnet, where I became chief of strategy from 96 until 2000. Now, if you look at SAA, it is a very highly technical and technological driven organization, highly controlled, with professionalism right at the center of its operation, in an extremely competitive environment. And therefore, we need to be clear about its purpose. Now, remember, during the apartheid era, the purpose for SAA was different from the purpose in the democratic era. In the apartheid era, its purpose was to ensure connectivity to the world that was growing hostile. And the types of aircraft they had to buy were such that they should be able to overfly the African continent without any problem at all. And therefore, over the seas was the preferred way, hence the numerous types of 747s, long distance aircraft that they had. And budget and cost was not the issue. The purpose was to serve the state in connectivity in an increasingly hostile world to the apartheid system. In the democratic era, we need to change that. We need to really redefine the purpose. Why the airline? What type of airline? Which markets? What for? All those things are relevant because if you don't have that interpretation, articulation of purpose based on an understanding of context, then you end up with the wrong solutions which we have had up to now. And unfortunately, in an environment of air transport, and like in any other competitive and highly technological environments, the costs of error are huge and can be devastating to the public purse, as we have seen, not only in SAA, but in ESCOM, etc. I know the ESCOM story very well, because when I was at Transnet, these are some of the things that we're dealing with. The investments that was required in ESCOM were known way back in 1991, but they've been postponed because we thought when you go into the new era, there will be bonanza, benevolent investors from all over the world who will come into South Africa and put money into entities like ESCOM and so on and so on. And that turned not to be. And it is understandable why. It's easy, but let's not delve into that subject. The point that I'm trying to drive here is that we knew context required that we should have invested or started investing in ESCOM as early as 1994, 96, 97. And we chose not to do that. Fortunately, the former President Thabo Mbeki has admitted to that. It was an error. And I was part of the delegation that was interacting with government at the highest level then to try to say, let's look at these heavy investment areas and prepare for them. The harbors, for instance, was an area of investment that required huge investment. We had to do that under duress, under pressure, and at exorbitant premium prices years later, because as professionals, our recommendations were ignored at the political level. Now, there comes in the disjunction again and the problem. How then do you structure your SOEs or state-owned enterprises to make sure that those that you don't need revert back into the departments that's from whence they came, and those that need to be are properly structured and operate in a governance framework that will ensure that professionalism, effective delivery on the objective and purpose is done. This has been a challenge, and as it has been said, it is something that is not achieved overnight. It's something that takes time. But the most important thing is to create the framework. Now, what we are seeing currently, when I look at the situation, and Ivo and Anthony Butler have written about this, in the latest article. And I made a comment on that I don't see the success of the current framework being executed well, because the policy foundation, the political policy foundation has not changed. It needs to be robustly changed. Now, to say that the framework was expressed or was given effect and gazetted in November last year is not sufficient. Within the party structure, that has not happened. We still have different views and objectives about the state-owned enterprises, what they should serve. Thabo Mbeki last year also said, when he was responding, that he was confronted, not confronted, when he was discussing the issue of professionalizing the public service. And remember, this is not a new topic, it's an old topic. Discussing this with Vincent Mapai, who was chairman of a presidential commission, I think it was in 2006, dealing with the question of professionalizing the public service. Vincent said to him, look, Mr. President, now we have finished the job. Let's find a way now of rolling out in clearly actionable, defined pathway towards achieving a professional, public service. And he said to him, Vincent, I don't think we are ready. And he said something absolutely, foundational. He said, the comrades in the alliance want these jobs. They're competing for these jobs. And this is a political competition, not competition on the basis of competence. Now, that has not changed. We're now discussing at the Zondo Commission, as you may all know, that the president yesterday was taken, into discussion for quite a long time, and I believe it is continuing today, on the issue of cadre deployment. And it is at the center of the whole thing. Until and unless we understand that we need to have a public service that serves the people effectively and efficiently, just like the Chinese have termed that as an objective. And it's quite interesting, that quite often, even the new minister, sorry, not the new, but the minister has said that, they would like to invite the Chinese to come and advise them on how to set up an effective and efficient public service. The problem is that we don't have a political policy framework and infrastructure to support it. The Chinese are absolutely clear about that. They want a public service that will serve the people efficiently and effectively. And they want to, they ensure, not that they want to, they ensure that those that are in decision-making positions are professionally competent and qualified, full stop. Those are the two sentences that define their strategic intent. Now, let's try to transpose all of that into South Africa. If we adopt that as our strategic intent, we'll begin to hit political hurdles right now. Because at the governing party political level, that has not sunk in. It has not been accepted, because if you accept it, it closes the door to what you call noisy cadre deployment. By noisy cadre deployment, I'm talking about those that get deployed because they're noisy and not competent. That is where we are at the present moment. So, which leads me now to the question. And we have dealt with this kind of question before in our development strategy, iterations and discussions in the past. What are the constraints towards achieving a public service that is capable and effective in delivering the services that people expect and need? What are the constraints? And I think this is where the starting point should be. We need to articulate those constraints carefully And then come to the question of what strategies do we put in place, therefore, to mitigate those? And I can assure you, you won't be surprised. You will find that the major constraints are political. Irrespective of what the president has said, those constraints exist. Therefore, there is a disjuncture between the presidential pronouncements, as we have them at the Zondo Commission now, and as he has stated in his speeches, and as effected in the framework that was approved by Cabinet in November, and now published, and now which is the working document that we're dealing with. There is a disjuncture between that and the back room from whence he comes. We still have that disjuncture with respect to the NDP, between the government perspective and the political backroom from where he comes. We are still not aligned. And we need to answer the question, even with respect to the NDP, what are the political constraints that make it difficult for us to implement this? And these are the things that I discuss extensively in the book, because there's a chapter devoted precisely to that, the political constraints to effective public service reform in South Africa. It is there. And what I would like to suggest, is that, the public school of governance, should try to use this as a basis for engagement, and discussion. I really would like to humbly suggest that, because they've been put in a very clear fashion in the book without any fear at all. And therefore, it becomes a very sound basis for discussion. So finally, what I would like to say is that, as I see it, according to the invitation in the introduction into the body of the invitation, the first point is we acknowledge that this is not a new subject. The question of professionalizing the public service. It has been there, the Vincent Mapai report is there, you can Google it. It was quite comprehensive. The Presidential Commission of 2012 is there, and I discuss it, in detail in the book. That involved quite a few people to try to understand what should we do with our, state-owned enterprises. Now we're at this level where we're today discussing how can we fast track. And my point is that you cannot fast track until we have the political policy framework fixed in concrete as a backdrop that will guide us in doing this important work. Thank you very much.
No, thank you very much to our three panelists. Thanks, Bill. I think the last point that Tawang makes about fast tracking goes to the heart of the warning or the observations that we have made, that reforms are tedious, they take time, and speed and time are not always an advantage. Thank you, Professor Falola, for also just getting us into some details about how capture happens, how corruption happens, providing some of the solutions, and looking at the consequences of capture. The sanctity of public institutions, punitive measures, and a number of things that you raised. And Thabang, thank you also for just reminding us of the centrality of politics in reform processes. That this is not new. I was privileged to be part of the National Planning Commission, and we dedicated the entire chapter, I think it was chapter 13, on the notion of a capable, ethical, and developmental state. And that was also produced in 2012. And till to date, there's no much evidence that some of those recommendations were. Our own criticism, I think, at the time, was that the Commission made plans and a vision, but didn't come with a clear implementation plan that's looking, for instance, in the case of the state, the whole macro or micro organization of the state and how that would require reform. I see the questions also, I think, as if the panelists have access to the questions from the floor. There's some from Somadora Fikeni. I think most of those would relate to the keynote address. There were some questions that have since disappeared from my screen, from Momo, for instance, talking about what Bill touched on the issue of agility versus accountability. But can I then invite the floor? I think there's few people now. We have about 28 participants to make their comments or ask questions. And then I'll hand over back to the panel, to the panelists to make their closing remarks. Can I see hands? Ivo, you got your hand up.
Wow, thank you very much. A session which I've profoundly enjoyed, partly because it's entered an element of sobriety to the conversation. And I think the point that Bill made so well right at the beginning, that reform agendas and reform projects are as likely to fail as they are to succeed, or we need to tread very, very carefully. And I think this panel has raised some very, very interesting points around that. And Professor Falola has used an expression which I think is profoundly important. And I wish Mr. Kieswetter had remained. He talked about low trust societies, and we can wonder if South Africa is a low trust society. I think it's a very interesting question. But it does seem to be that these soft elements, things like trust, questions of solidarity, really are at the core of institutions. And if one thinks in the way in which the concept of an institution is increasingly defined through institutional economics, for example, those questions of relationships, of solidarities, are a key to our understanding the ways in which organizations operate. So the question then would arise, to what extent are we is South Africa a low trust society? And the question which I think Falola has put so well on the agenda, and I think is, if that is the issue at stake, I wonder to what extent, what is necessary, how do we go about in the current situation building trust in institutions? Is that the key question? And I wonder how the panel would deal with that. If that is only part of the question, and Tabang is correct, which I tend to believe that is correct, that essentially it's not so much trust. Professor Moyo's presentation yesterday suggested, funnily enough, strangely enough, that even though most South Africans thought the public servants were very, very corrupt, they also thought that they also had fairly high levels of trust in the public service. So maybe trust is not such a big an issue as we think it is. And it'd be interesting to have some discussion there. But our major obstacle is political. Then in answering the question of how does one pursue a reform agenda, then the question then arises, is it just about voting the ANC out of power? It seems unlikely. Or is it about producing the kinds of changes or reforms within the ANC itself? So those are the sorts of cluster of questions which I'd be interested in hearing from the panel about.
Thanks, Ivo. I see Somadora Fikeni's hand is up.
Thank you. I am not sure whether I'm unmuted, Chairperson.
We can hear you.
Yes. Thank you very much. I just have two very basic questions, which I think it may also assist me in this new role I've stepped into of Public Service Commission. The first one is, if there is no political will because the political class stands to benefit from patronage networks, how do you conduct successful public service reform despite that anticipated resistance or ambiguity about professionalization? That's the first one. The second one, because you have a bulk of
public servants who now have a certain institutional culture and orientation. How do you teach them to unlearn what they have learned? Because sometimes we want to teach people something new, but we hardly have very scientific methods to teach them to first unlearn, to reboot themselves, to change the mindset, as Tabang was saying. That in itself is one space which remains a space of knowledge gap, because some resistance to training, it's because people are still holding on to the old. And we do not do some scientific approach to how to unlearn. That's something that I've started to do when I was training diplomats before they go, or when I was training election management bodies in the continent, to say, let's first deal with the unlearning part. Thank you.
Thank you. Ivo, your hand is still up, or maybe you didn't lower your hand.
Done.
Okay. Can I hand over to the panelists for some comments and responses? I'm not sure.
Can I raise my hand? Can I proceed?
Yes, please.
Samadota is raising a very important issue and challenge of transformation. And I would like to make a few contributions, and they are not at all extensive enough to provide a whole suite of what must be done. What I've learned is that you need to have a very clear framework to which you want to achieve, as I've stated before. What I call the political policy statement has to be unambiguous, unequivocal in its clarity. And I'm sure somebody will agree with me that at the current moment, we don't have that clarity. What we have, though, which is new and encouraging perhaps, is that we have, encouraging statements from President Ramaphosa about how he sees the future in terms of this, public service, which we don't have, but how he sees the future of it. Now, if that can be taken as a political policy statement from within the ANC-led tripartite alliance and then cemented there, concretized there, it makes it easy for us now to tackle the how part of implementing it. That's the first part. The other part, and which will go to his second question, make a contribution to the second question, is that, remember, behavior follows incentives. It is what you incentivize that actually makes behavior, triggers behavior, and then can make it a culture. Now, let me mention one simple, you may think that is an extremely simple thing. The idea that in our public service, you can be suspended and then be suspended, continue to be suspended for well over 3 years, 20 months, 6 months, is ununderstandable. It's something that I've never heard of in my long life. Why do we do that? Is it difficult to discourage that? No, it is not. It takes the minister to change that at the Public Service Commission level. It may not receive much resistance, but you can put it in, it will go through. Because what does it do if you change it? If you say, for instance, we'll put you on suspension for 6 months for 3 months with full pay, and unless your situation is resolved completely within that time, the only extension that will be available will be 6 months. I can assure you it will change perceptions of what I may or may not do, because people right now in the public service are aware that even if I get suspended, I'm not going to be hurt. My life situation is not going to change much. So this is one of the simple things that we do, the little corrections that change the incentive, formula to make a different way of behavior. I'll give you another example, an example from the private sector. When I broke up the Transnet into its current, when I designed that into its current thing, and also introduced into its current standalone businesses, and also introduced, new performance criteria to go along with it, and the different boards. We put futuristic expectations into it, which means if you decide to pursue a strategy now, which is, accepted, inclusive, agreed, don't expect incentives to be realized in 1 year. We're going to introduce what we call bankable incentives, which may be clawed back in case you fail to achieve what you said you will achieve in 2, 3, or 4 years. And that's exactly what happened with ESCOM. But they have now been cast aside because it's a partnership. They make sure that the executives are sharp-minded and they focus on what they have to do. And that is one of the things that I say about little things that change behavior. Before we come to the huge issue of the structure, how it should look like, etc., etc. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Thabang. Bill, do you want to comment on Ivor's point about trust?
Only a few brief comments. I mean, first on Ivor's point about failure, you're as likely to fail as to succeed. But I think what was encouraging to me, I did an extensive project comparing all kinds of reforms across 10 countries a number of years ago. And what was striking was how often the most successful reforms that everybody talked about and trumpeted had been preceded by failures, and you could trace the way the failures often prepared the ground for a more successful attempt. It really does pay to try again, partly because of direct learnings of what didn't work, partly, frankly, because previous attempts had contributed to the erosion of the policy regime. One of the things we often don't talk enough about in discussions of reform is some policy regimes are ripe for reform, others are not. That underlying sense of whether or not this thing is working is extremely important. So, the failure is often the prelude, I think, to success. On trust and solidarity, there is no one in this seminar who knows less about South Africa than I do. So I won't try and answer the question of whether South Africa is a low trust society, but I would make the point, drawn from my experience in several dozen other countries, including the 15 for which I'm now responsible at the OECD. Many of the countries where I work are characterized by extremely high trust networks, regional, ethnic, kinship, confessional, depending on the country. But not necessarily by a level of trust that extends to recognizing a certain baseline with a common citizen. In other words, that sense of trust across an entire country because we are, as Max Weber would have called us, members of the same community of fate. That is what is lacking. I don't know where South Africa stands with respect to that, but when we talk about trust and solidarity in these contexts, I think it's important to realize it's about that basic trust that we extend to other people on the basis of a common citizenship. Because what I observe in these societies where I work, where you see extremely strong trust networks among confessional or ethnic or other groupings, is, of course, this undermines the attempt to construct any kind of well-functioning state institutions that serve the whole of the society, because, of course, I know when I go to the inspector's office or to deal with the public administration, if it's one of my co-ethnics is sitting on the other side of the desk, I'm going to get one sort of treatment and not another. So I think the challenge is building that trust on the basis of common citizenship, and I think that has to precede probably any real trust in then institutions, because institutions get trusted when they start to deliver. We don't offer it to them ex ante. It's not a PR exercise. And in some ways, I think what we have to do with institutions where there is low trust is find alternatives to trust. I mean, a lot of the emphasis on transparency stems from that. Transparency over the long haul can help create trust in an institution, but initially, in fact, it's about mistrust. I want to see what is going on. I want to know what is going on. I want everything out there in public because I don't trust what might be happening behind closed doors. And finally, I just want to make one point. I think the question about what to do if the elite is gaining from these arrangements and there's no political will for reform. This is absolutely the challenge. And I think I would distinguish two cases which create rather different problems. One, frankly, are those regimes in which corruption is actually not a pathology. It is central to the mode of governance. It's the way the place is governed. This is a challenge for us at the OECD. We have a lot of very interesting work on corruption and integrity in the public sector. But even in my position, I have found myself uncomfortable at times sitting around a table with partner countries, all of us talking about corruption as though it's a kind of pathology that arises from having all these public resources and long principal agent chains and so on. You have it in Sweden. You have it in Germany. You have more of it perhaps in many other countries, but still it's a pathology that arises everywhere. And yet sometimes we're sitting at the table with representatives of countries that I work with, which are quite frankly kleptocracies. Any serious crackdown on corruption, particularly on large scale corruption, would be destabilizing to the entire regime. And I think we have to realize that there are those for whom this is the way the place is governed. And without a change of political regime, you're just not going to get very far. You might curtail some forms of corruption. Some of the countries I know have done very well at curtailing street level corruption. You can now drive your car down the street and not be afraid that the traffic cops are going to rob you at every second street corner. You can run a small business and not expect that the taxman and the health inspector and the sanitation inspector are going to come around every other week extracting bribes from you anymore. They've managed to curtail that, but you sure as hell don't ask too many questions about the leader's wealth or what members of the leader's family or inner circle own or where that comes from. So that's one problem. The second problem are the areas where, frankly, corruption may not be so central to the mode of governance, but it's something the elite indulges and it's not seen as a threat. And ultimately, as boring and trivial as it is to say it, it's important to remember that elites typically undertake reforms when non-reform looks more threatening than reform. It's a question of societal demand and other circumstances. It may come from investors, it may come from the business community domestically, it may come from citizens. But ultimately, in those places where this is simply a kind of indulgence of the elite, you're not going to see a real change unless you are able to persuade members of the elite that this is in fact, that carrying on with this is not sustainable, is not safe for them. And on that, I will end with an anecdote and shut up. But I was once asked in Russia at a conference in about 2004 or 5, I guess, many years ago, I was asked, if there were one thing, just one thing to be done to curtail corruption in Russia, which was and is spectacular, what would it be? And I said, probably a war with China. That brought silence to the room. I said, I'm not recommending war with China. I don't think war with China is a good idea at all. Why do I say this? Because if you look at the history of my countries, I'm a citizen of the US and the UK. The UK first began to address issues of public sector integrity, as we would now call it, in the Napoleonic Wars, because corruption on the dockyards was undermining the capacities of the Royal Navy to a degree that was dangerous to national security. It wasn't. It had been going on forever, but it was no longer tolerable because it was a threat to the state. In the 1980s, when I was young and Ronald Reagan's administration was pursuing corrupt defense contractors, they were using statutes adopted during the American War between the states under Abraham Lincoln for the same reason. Practices that had gone on and been indulged and never really dealt with had suddenly become acutely dangerous. And I said, of course, I'm not suggesting Russia should go to war with China, but the point is that, you know, a small war like the one that was then going on in Chechnya breeds corruption, rent-seeking, all kinds of bad things. But honestly, when the elite sees its survival at stake, when the threat is grave enough, it's extraordinary what can be achieved. And the question is not to go to war with China or not. The question is to raise the costs of indulging those practices to a point where enough of the elite accept that life is going to be safer and better without them.
Thanks for that. Can I just check with Professor Falola whether you want to make some comments?
Yes, please. Thank you. Well, so institutions are meant to be created to strike a balance between various organs and maintain respectable level of fairness among people. If that fairness is not maintained, there'll be problem. Then if you give excessive privileges and power to the elite, they are going to overtake all available social, political, and economic institutions. They will overtake them. And once they do that, the protection of the masses will weaken. And bureaucratic powers that exist may not necessarily be protecting the people that that bureaucracy is meant for. So, bottom line, one that you see in all this presentation is how do we curtail the arrogation of power to some people who are going to abuse that power? Because the ascription of public resources to a few people by itself undermines the very core of our conversation. Bureaucrats will fall pressure to them. Civil servants will imitate political leadership. If access to corruption is available, they will do that. And institutions will be bastardized. They will be bastardized, whether it's the police or the Navy or the custom. When you bastardize institutions, they strike you in the face. So go to Banjul Airport, go to Lagos Airport. The custom officer will ask you, what do you have for me? He's going to ask you that question. And the very ugliness of the space tells you something, in which the very first space that you introduce to those coming to your country is ugly. It's very symbolic of what is inside. And final point on that trust issue, I will go back to the past. So oath making, O-A-T-H, oath making is so widespread. In the past, people use evidence of oath making to talk about integrity of people. Oath making is not testifying to your integrity. It's saying that people do not trust one another. Consequently, they must go and swear to something. Nigerian politicians use blood to swear oath of allegiance. These are not allegories. I'm telling you, real, as in real. I will be your running mate if you support me to become the senator, you know, they will go and swear. They will go and swear to an oath. Incredibly, sometimes with human blood. I recognize all the points that are on the table, that the key issue still is about how do you structure the overarching politics so that it can tame the behavior of lower people. Maybe one point is to follow what Bill mentioned, policing street level corruption. Maybe that's one way to go, in which that becomes so widespread that if you go to the post office, the postal clerk will not ask you for bribe before selling you stamp. The police will do their job. Maybe that will happen. But many of you may not be aware, because maybe in a different context, that institutions in many African countries corrupt other institutions. What do I mean? If you're a vice chancellor, say in a Nigerian university, to get your allocation, you must pay bribe. Bribe to whom? To another government institution. Many of you are used to individuals' corruption to civil servants. That's what the common model will teach you in textbooks. But now we have another model in which one agency of government will bribe another agency of government. Who does that? Let me end with an anecdote, and I will close with this because I have to teach it in the morning, so I need to sleep for 1 hour. So this is an anecdote. An Indian and a Nigerian went to the London School of Economics. They all did well. Everybody went their way, but years later, they reconnected. An Indian invited his friends, they were roommates actually, Nigerian, to come and visit. When he was arranging tickets, he said, no, I will take care of the ticket. And he bought him first class. And when he got to Delhi, chauffeur driven. Where are you staying? You're staying in my guest house. You have a guest house? Yes. Enormous guest house, bigger than his own house in Nigeria. Lavish entertainment. So on the last day when he was leaving, he said, my friend, where did you get this money from? You're a civil servant. He said 10%. 10%. What is 10%? Any contract that I process as a civil servant, I collect 10% of it. Years later, his friend in Nigeria invited him. So what's the ticket? Don't worry about ticket. Presidential jet will take you from New Delhi. He got to Nigeria, lavish treatment. So when he was leaving, he said, my friend, you are richer than me. Where did you get the money from? He said, follow me. He took him to a forest. It's a forest. His friend said, this is a forest. How do you make money from a forest? He said, 100%. What? He said, they gave me the contract to build an airport, but I pocketed all the money. That in India, you collect 10%. Here in Nigeria, we collect 100%. It's an anecdote, but the Nigerian civil service, for instance, is approaching, it's something that is difficult to be very proud of, in collusion with politicians. And the proportion, the scale keep reaching unimaginable level. And now the trick now is you steal money, you buy the citizenship of other countries, which I'm sure you are aware you can now do. Caribbean, Latin American countries, you can now become citizens of them. No extradition treaty, and you continue to live a second life. Thank you very much. I need to sign off so I can sleep for 1 hour and teach my classes. Thank you. Thank you, all of you. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Prof. And thank you. I don't see any more hands. I think we can wrap it up. Just on the trust issues, I mean, on Tuesday, we had our 27 years of freedom celebrations, and a number of major radio stations were running a whole lot of interviews across society. There were interviews with the architects of our constitution, and people like Albie Sachs and a number that participated in CODESA and that type of group. There was also very interesting conversations with young people who were born in 1994, who are now 27 years old. There were lots of contributions from business people, talking about business confidence and the economy and so on, people from the labor movement and ordinary South Africans. And the sense that I got was very depressing, that to answer Ivor's question, that the trust levels are very low in the country. No trust in the ruling party, no trust in government, in public service, just generally, I think, low levels of trust. And I think maybe the Zondo Commission and the allegations and the witnesses and the conversations that have been taking place there also, I think, contribute a lot to very low levels of trust in the country. So yeah, I'd like to thank you very much, and all the questions and the participants. Maybe I should be handing over back to Ivo to wrap up and maybe make some announcements about how we're going to fast track, and I think the intended session will be put together by Anthony. Ivo, can I then hand over to you, and thank you very much.
Yes, thank you, Pascal, and thank you for everyone for participating. Professor Falola, thank you very much for joining us in an ungodly hour for you. I'm very grateful. I hope you get enough sleep to be able to teach your class clearly. So my deepest gratitude. I'm not going to do an overview of 2 days. I think we're all tired. What I do want to say is this, though. What has emerged very strongly throughout the 2 days is the political and other obstacles to a reform agenda, institutional, social, political, and that therefore thinking around an agenda is not simply around developing a plan and then taking on people to implement it. There are serious risks involved and serious constraints. This is going to be the topic of a round table. We're going to try some sort of online round table. Maybe it won't be so much as a round or a table at all. Some sort of event on the 4th of May where we're bringing together trade unionists from all the major trade unions, especially the public service trade unions, the teachers unions, the nurses unions, COSATU, SAFTU, together with various business organizations, including from Black Business Council and BUSA and others, together with elements from representatives from various civil society organizations, Ahmed Kathrada Foundation, for example, the churches, South African Council of Churches, to discuss both the constraints on public service reform, but also what it would take to build a wide scale or a shared, an alliance in favor of reform, and what it will take, therefore, to build momentum in favor of reform in society at large. I take a little bit of encouragement for this idea, because in 2017, after we released the Betrayal of the Promise report and were involved very strongly in moves to defend the South African Constitution against what I understood was a severe assault on it, we managed to go quite far in building such an alliance. It often went under the name of the Zuma Must Fall campaign, a rather unfortunate title, but nonetheless it was diverse and extensive. At the center was often calls for public service reform. Those issues have largely fallen off the civil society agenda currently, but they are still there in the background. I think there's an opportunity to foreground them again, or to put them at the center again, and that'll really be the purpose of the roundtable on the 4th of May. So the idea then of the conference was to begin to flesh out or think around what were the constituents or the elements of our reform agenda, and then on the 4th of May to start thinking around what it would take to build the political and social support for an agenda more widely. So that is really the topic, the agenda going forward. I really hope that people will be able to participate or share with us. Anthony Butler and myself will be writing up some of the deliberations and others of the last 2 days, producing a document that will then feed into the event on the 4th of May to try and provoke or to stimulate the conversation further. I am very grateful for everyone's participation. We've been the purpose wasn't to get a huge audience, as I mean we've been competing in that respect with the testimonies at the Zondo Commission, especially from the President. But I think the level of participation has been incredible, and the quality of the conversation has been very, very high. So I'm very, very grateful and very impressed. On that note, I will leave you to go and enjoy lunch. And again, I thank you all very much for your participation. Thank you. Goodbye.
Thank you.
Thank you.